Morning, Joe Bell. Days gone away. I give up my fishing hole. Yeah, only one this time. Ooh, but we got a map. Seems like the chests aren't very common, but you get the maps pretty often from the chest. Unless I've just been lucky. Okay, that looks like a top centerpiece. Deal with these. You probably just exchange over here too, huh? Heck, do you get fishing artifacts again? Actually, what are my fishing artifacts? Wait, I'm on my fisher. Fishing mastery. I feel like I don't need those anymore. I should probably. How do you get fishing? Hey, what's up, Beefy Bobine? Good morning, Whimsy. You guys are some of the first ones in here. Got a couple more die. No, I'm gonna wait and collect this stuff on my other character. And let's, before I forget, TP my character back because I don't want to have to run all the way back. Not much, just making some final preparations for my first serious war. Should go well though, I think. Been playing my class for years and I know what I need to do more or less. 10 years later and I'm finally doing Node War, that not just to bullshit around or snipe something. Nice. Careful, you might get a little PvP bite. A little PvP bug bite you and you're gonna just want to keep PvPing. That's how it starts. Just know a fight can go south pretty quickly. So if that happens, don't beat yourself up about it. It happens to everybody. Coffee tastes weird today. What's wrong with that character's face? What do you mean? She's gorgeous, okay? Look at her. She's gorgeous. It's Waluigi's sister. Sorry, my bad. Speaking of country twang, though, I really like your accent. You actually don't hear a lot of people with your accent streaming. At least I haven't. Is it called an accent? It's still an accent, even though it's the same language, just with different style. Of course it is. Of course, why wouldn't it be? Where's the mole at? There it is. Been practicing the movement. What class you playing, Beefy? Waking Guardian? Okay. Well, you're a big hitter, but getting into position is the hard part with the Guardian. You're going to have all these tiny little rat classes super fast trying to get on you. Oh, my mouse went on to my other monitor. I was wondering why my enter key on my numpad wasn't working. Okay, we got farms done. We have fishing done. I guess that's it. I guess we could just already get into the grind. Not much to do. It's a lot of outfits. Yeah. I have 1,300 outfits. Almost 1,300. It's like 1,270. Some classic, some horse outfits. Most of them premium outfits. Get this off my screen. I've not got the autocomplete one. I wonder if that's even a thing this time. Um, does Shy have like an awakening? Is the boomerang? There's a little Viclari, or is the Viclari the offhand? Why can't I find my Shy right now? There's the boomerang, Viclari. Okay. Oh, the talent. Yeah, that's the Artina Soul, right? I know I have a character with it on it. Oh, here it is. Is that even visible though? I don't even know what that looks like. Yeah, if that's not visible, then yeah, like there probably will never be a premium outfit for it because there's nothing to show. I was happy when we did the test yesterday with my UPSs that I didn't lose. The stream didn't go down. I feel so much more secure now, especially with, you know, little power flickers being more common these days. Not to mention all my hardware is a lot more secure. The power bars I was using, you know, they had surge protection, but they were kind of old and rinky-dink. So I have never noticed this little griffin sitting there. Yeah, good morning, Morbillion. How you doing today? Oh, start my client too. Ooh, someone just got a pigment on this channel. One of the good pigments, too. Ooh, a little box. What's in the box? What's in the box? Garmoth heart. That's what's in the box. Just kidding. Just kidding. It is 75 Cavros. Let's restart my client. Hey, good morning, Amexia. Trying to find my desktop. I normally keep my desktop so clean, like not my actual surface of my desktop on the computer. And every time I go to show a picture on stream, which I've been doing a lot lately, I save it to the desktop. And I just haven't been getting rid of them after. And my desktop is like a quarter covered in just random pictures and videos and stuff now. So I need to deal with that later. All the cuties in chat today, not all of them. There's more coming. There's more coming. And then there's Dragor too. He'll show up at some point. What's the lucky channel today? Actually, the other day I got 2 red orbs on Serendia 1. Let's go there. What cuties are you had to show up? Orphic, John Gotti, basically all my mods. And everybody except Dragor. I just want to be clear, except Dragor. Damn it, there's somebody here. Who is it? Who is it? Steel bottoms. Got them steel bottom jeans. Boots Jesus with the fur.
That's Jason Bourne.
And cute VIPs. And cute viewers. I don't know. I feel like I need to go make another pot of coffee. I am just not feeling the coffee today. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. But just, I don't know. Just really not feeling it today. We're back.
Yeah, you're spot on, babe. Me, duh. But you already knew that, didn't you? Nah, pretty sure it's not Warbelian. I'd know that energy anywhere. Sí. Jime para mí, papi. Hey, chat, drop everything. The Jork Master Blue Squadron just dropped their new track, and it's straight fire pew pew pew. Who's blasting it, RN? Oof. Sounds painful, Af. I sit, rest up, and maybe see a doc if it's bad. Don't sit on it too long, though. Maybe he did hurt it at the tent party. Whore dogs? Pew, 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 pew. Queen Tasty reporting for duty.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you could you don't you want don't you could you could don't you could you don't you want don't you could.
Zethian went to make that coffee in Brazil, didn't he?
Yeah. If I had to choose somewhere to go get coffee, it would actually be Indonesia. I prefer Indonesian coffees over South American coffees. Okay, let's do our bosses. Really? Yeah. Any like Southeast Asian coffees, they have a more earthier, like coffee notes, richer flavor to me. Where the South American coffees, they tend to be a little more back up. They tend to be a little more okay, we'll get to those in a second. And then you have the African coffees, which tend to be more acidic, right? And a bit on the lighter side, but still nice in their own way. And then the Latin American coffees almost feel like it's directly between the African coffees and the Southeast Asian coffees. My Italian? No. I'm actually part Polish, Ukraine, and a bit of something in there that I'm not entirely sure. I did this while I was AFK. The Kopi coffee? No, I'm not really interested. The idea of coffee that an animal ate and then crapped out. It seems like a coffee that is focused on being edgy. You know what I mean? Like a hot sauce that's just trying to be too hot and not be flavorful. Like, I'm not crazy about hot sauces that are literally, okay, let's see if we can blow your head off your shoulders. I want a hot sauce that's hot. But to me, that's where the artistry of making hot sauces is like, how spicy can you get your hot sauce, but also still have like a unique flavor that's not just like vinegar. That didn't take too long. Heifers are still a decent price too, so I think I'll sell them. It's actually wait. Wait. A Tungrad ring is almost the same price as a Debo ring? What the fuck? I just realized that. Tungrad ring. 198. Debo ring. That's actually surprisingly close. Yo, good morning, Ataraxia. How you doing today? That's a lot of campers. Dump them right here and see if I go. Okay, these are going back up. I'll just put these at max. Just starting to come back up. Are these starting to go down? Oh, okay. Bosses. I'm getting so distracted with everything else. We'll do our Duoxiny. Actually, we don't need the AP buff for it. Shit. Shoot. Slow with that. Apparently it is true. You can mess up one of these. It's probably best to just do the first two and then just completely ignore the last one and just go crazy. Not gonna make the mistake I made yesterday. Is the Sage in a really bad state right now? No, Sage is still in a good spot. Like, Awakening Sage is still a, you know, a top tier 1v1 class. It's not like, it's still Thanos for while it has stamina, but for classes that can pressure you well and run you out of stamina, you're basically fighting on a timer. And if you can't kill them by the time that timer's out, you automatically lose because they're basically guaranteed to catch once you're out of stam. Which isn't necessarily bad, right? It's just a little too aggressive stamina wise. I would have preferred them to actually nerf the PvP, the fully protected movement damage, and not nerf the stamina so much. But it is what it is. But still super strong, crazy strong while you have stamina. And still a great grinder. Not S tier, but probably still A plus, at worst A minus. And then for large scale, you have Suck Sage. And Suck Sage is also like a plus, A minus grind class now too. Like really, like it's solid. It's not the best, but it's solid. But Suck Sage is still an amazing large scale class. So like, if you're willing to play both specs, you still basically have every aspect of the game covered with a class that's strong. Yo, speaking of cuties, there's Ark. I told you guys some cuties would show up. I put cream in my coffee this morning. I normally don't. Got ice cream last night, normally don't, but with the heat, now I'm paying for it this morning. Oh. Lactose incident? Yeah, luckily I'm not lactose intolerant. Thank freaking goodness. Weirdly enough, though, I think I'm like potato intolerant. I love potatoes, and it's not like it's really bad, but my gut, whenever I eat potatoes, my gut always seems to not be too happy. I got to try to wash as much of the starches off of it as possible. So, like, what if I'm making mashed potatoes, for example, right? I'll try to chop the potatoes into relatively small cubes. It takes more time, but then I'll give them a good rinse and a little soak, and then drain them, rinse them one more time, and then put them in a pot to boil, and it tends to be a lot better. I don't know, I guess it's something about the starch on them. But other than that, and like I said, it's only a minor discomfort, but enough that I've noticed it over the years. Take a pill before and I'm fine. Do they have a pill for that? I guess they have a pill for everything. Why not? Why wouldn't they have a pill for that? Yeah. Fun fact. If you're Native American, you actually have a significantly higher chance of being lactose intolerant.
Dragor.
Thank God. I love that you have to double tap that shit and waste those points. I love it. I love it. I feel like it's getting more and more often too that it doesn't do that. Maybe it's slowly training and learning. Yeah, some people have it so bad. I couldn't imagine because I love cheese. I love lots of things made with dairy, right? I could not imagine being like that heavily lactose. Medozen. You seem very pessimistic about the game, Medozen. I hope the heidel ball delivers for you, because last night while we were doing our bosses, you seemed extremely pessimistic about the game. It worked yesterday. Not initially, but remember when I did it, it worked. Is there any cool data mine stuff yet? No. I mean, there's some little things, but honestly, I encourage people to try to avoid the data mines up until the ball, because all you really do is kind of take the wind out of the sails of the ball. Crazy, we're 4 days away though. That is so exciting.
Noise.
Pessimistic? It's the opposite of optimism, right? So when you're optimistic, you tend to look at the good things. You're pessimistic, you tend to gravitate more towards the bad things. You could have the exact same situation, like the common analogy is a glass half full or half empty, right? If you look at a glass that is, you know, half filled with liquid, a pessimist would look at it as, oh, my glass is half empty, where an optimist would be like, oh, my glass is half full, right? You seemed very pessimistic, like you were looking for reasons to not be happy about the ball before it's even happened. The perfect realist, also humble. Damn. So humble. So humble. They made Striker not fun. Well, I mean, Striker needed those nerfs. It also needs some buffs, but it needed those nerfs. Shadow boxing in the thin air and recovering health is kind of goofy. So I really like the fact that they made it on hit. That's how basically everything except heals like witches, wizards, lighthouse, and like Shy's little heals should be, in my opinion. Yeah, no, they took away the heals where you just shadow boxed, and then they changed it so your other ability is on hit. I think that was a good change. You shouldn't have been healing that much, especially a class that is as tanky as you are, as Striker is. That was a very good change. You should at least have to hit your target to heal, but just running around spamming abilities to thin air and watching the striker's health bar do this really rapidly was very bad game design. Imagine if an Awakened Sage could spam Spear Bolt on the thin air and get HP back. That would be silly too. And we're not even as tanky. That's one of the things about Awakening Sage too is, like, sure, we have 15% SADR, but we have so few SAs now. It's like, what does the SADR even affect? Riftstorm, that's it. But yeah, I mean, I understand why you're frustrated with the game. Both the classes you play got nerfed because they were overtuned. Awakened Sage, in my opinion, still needs to be nerfed, but also needs some other buffs. It was nerfed in the wrong way. I mean, Pig does fantastic, so I don't know. Your complaints seem unwarranted. It was too god tier in that regard and needed adjustments. But I'll watch Pig run around in Node Wars and Sieges, and he does fine. You just can't brainlessly throw yourself in stupid situations anymore. You have to actually treat your health pool like it's a resource that has value, as opposed to just jumping in and then knowing you can run out and rapidly recover it. That's good game design, in my opinion, when you have to, you know, practice situational awareness. Fish nerfs win? Hey. Corsair, probably a bit overtuned for Node War and Siege. But if what you're suggesting is Striker shouldn't have got nerfed because another class needs nerfs too, and didn't get nerfs, if we follow that mentality, then nobody ever gets nerfed, right? There's always going to be other examples of classes that have some BS. You know, ideally, you know, we work on getting the BS out of the game. We try to make sure we do it carefully to not remove class identity, and I don't think that happened with Striker. It still has its identity. But yeah, you know, ideally just something that PA slowly works on. I really liked too, in general, like how they did those patches. They did like almost 2 months of patches, and they were just very small, subtle PvP changes, and I wish they would do that all the time. I'm hoping that they only stopped because they're working and focusing on the ball, and they picked that back up after. So I think that's the way to go about balancing the game, is to do a couple little nerfs at the top, a couple little nerfs at the bottom, instead of giant sweeping changes all at once. Well, I think it's a lot better the way they did it, right? Because they ended up making your one that is on hit a lot more powerful. If they would have ended up making it so all of them kept their heal, they would have had to actually make them a lot lessened, and the one that is bigger, right, lessened. And I don't think you realize that it's better that they make all the heals on one and have it a bigger heal than force you to have to rotate 3 smaller heals for the same amount of heal. Because that's what they could have done, right? Instead of you, for example, getting 750, and I'm just making up a number for the point of, like, trying to articulate a point, but instead of putting like 750 HP recovered on one ability on hit, they could have made it 250 on 3 abilities, which is objectively worse. Because now You know, you got to sit in there potentially three times longer to get the same amount of heal. But when you have a class that's as protected as Striker and as tanky as Striker, you can't have it heal that much on its own, especially out of combat. Especially a class, too, that is really good at pressuring classes' stamina. Obviously not classes that have unlimited stamina like Archer, and that was a valid complaint, but most other classes, like you can start a fight against them by pressing E, holding W at them. They burn all their stamina trying to avoid your grab for 30 seconds, and then you finally start going crazy with your dashes, right? And they're already basically gassed out. I always found it hilarious when they hit you with that Jason Voorhees. It's like you're in one of those old horror movies, and Jason's just walking at you the whole time. Not running, but just like this unstoppable force walking straight at you. And you're desperately just throwing things at him, trying to get him to stop until you get backed into a corner. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see what you're saying, Medozin, because I see Pig doing well every single fight. Every single fight he does, better than most. Obviously in large scale, no classes are going to outperform the top tier classes. But that's just an environment where range is always going to be dominant. And if you nerf the range classes to the point where they're not, then they're going to be useless, especially everywhere else. Just the nature of the beast, right? Same reason why some classes are so strong 1v1. They just have the proper toolkit for that environment. That was one thing that made me, I was initially pretty upset with what they did with the Awakened Sage's stamina, but started to feel a little bit better when they took, and there's obviously still more examples out there of classes that need it, but they took a lot of the other classes that had, infinite stamina pressure and nerfed them. Like seeing Ninja and, I think it was Awakening Kuno, maybe it was just Kuno in general. Like, those two classes, when they first did the Awakened Sage ones, I was like, oh great, those classes already dominate my stamina pool. I can't even imagine how it's going to be now, but then they end up getting hit pretty hard. They didn't get hit as hard, so they could still dominate us stamina-wise, but, I mean, we are a better trading class than them, in general. Not necessarily because they're bad at trading, Kuno's a good trader, obviously, right? But more so because we can do it from medium range, where they have to get right next to us. So it feels like there's trade-offs, right? And that's the one thing that I really think people need to focus on is what's the trade-off? The class is strong. What does it weaken? You'll find that the classes that are usually overpowered the most are the ones that feel like they have no trade-off. For other classes, yeah, there might be a trade-off, and maybe that trade-off, right, that weakness is something that's very difficult for your class to deal with, so it makes that class feel overpowered. But I mean, that's part of the balance. As long as the trade-off exists there, not every class's weakness has to be something that your class can take advantage of. Doing great, veteran. How you doing today? All good, cannot complain. Hey, what do you mean you can't complain? I demand you find something to complain about right now. Oh, I like that. There's always something to complain about, right? And sometimes it's important to, you know, say your opinion, because all opinions are valid. But yeah, I mean, it's important to not get caught in that cycle of just complaining about everything, because there's always something to complain about. And if you just sit there and complain about everything and don't focus on the good things, right, as well, at least try to strike a balance, then you're just going to find yourself always in a crappy mood, right? For example, you can look outside and see a rainy day and be like, damn it, I can't go out and do anything. It's all rainy and gross. Some people are like, yo, let's go jump in some puddles. Let's go, you know, I can't wait for the, you know, the grass to be greener and the trees to be greener. I don't know why, I'm just really not feeling coffee today. With cream, without it? I do not get it. Am I getting sick? I hope not. I don't feel sick. Yesterday, my sinuses were on fire at one point, and I was like, oh, great. This is usually a sign that I'm getting sick, but I don't feel that way today. It'd be awful if I got sick for the ball. I would be so upset. But yeah, I don't feel sick. Yeah. Yo, what's up, John? By the way, how do you feel about FIFA increasing the number of teams from 48 to 64? I know there's a lot of debate about it right now, where some people are saying, you know, it obviously fixed a lot of things in regards to matching in the earlier games, because it's an even multiple of 2. But some people are apparently complaining because they feel like just participating in the World Cup is like an exclusive privilege, and by letting more teams in, they water it down, the privilege of participating. I feel like, considering how many more countries there are that are part of it, like not part of like not part of the World Cup, but I mean, every year more countries sign up, right? So there's more competing for a limited number of slots. I think as long as it, as long as it never gets to the point where it's every team, but I think the math was that, like, that'll bump it to about 30% of the teams get involved. Well, obviously they'll stand to make more money, but that's not the question, right? Obviously, the longer it goes on, the more commercials they can run, the more sponsors they can get, the more tickets they sell. But that's also good for local economies too, right? Because you got to remember, like, all the people traveling, sure, they spend a lot on the ticket, but they also spend money on travel. They spend money in the local economies where they're at, the hotels they're staying at, the places they're eating. It's really good for these other countries when they have it hosted there. That's why they all really want to be hosts, right? So in terms of the economical impact, like, sure, you could try to look at it as FIFA being greedy, but it's also, creates more opportunity for the countries hosting. When there was only 28 teams, though, there was also less teams part of that organization. It's not like there's always been the same amount of countries involved. There have been more and more countries signing up as well, but limited spots in the World Cup. That's why they periodically increased it, right? It was 32 for quite a while, and then they increased it to 48. Now they're talking about 64. Having an even multiple of 2 is of like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 creates much more even brackets, right? They want to increase the grip they have it. I mean, who's even their competition? Is that even a concern that they're going to lose their grip on it? Yeah, they have all the grip. That's kind of like, it's the largest sporting event in the world. Nothing even comes close. I think one of the most reasonable concerns is in the earlier stages. It could be a little more demoralizing, right? As you have more teams eligible, that means you're going to have some teams that maybe aren't as good. And if you end up having like a team that, I mean, they're all great players, even the, even the worst teams. But, right, you end up having like a really good team like Spain up against somebody who, maybe is number 64. They're going to kind of clean house, right? Not going to be too interesting of a game if all of a sudden Spain wins 7-0. You have the ball and boots, you can qualify. See, I disagree with that. Considering it's only like 24% of the teams or something like that are actually eligible to play, that's still pretty prestigious. That's true. And I think that's a fair concern for the players, right? Just physical exhaustion. Going from 48 teams, though, to 64 isn't going to dramatically increase the amount of games the individual teams play. Though. What it basically does is you have a few more group stages, right? Where you have the 4 teams all playing against each other. But now instead of some groups having 2 people move on and some groups having 3 move on, at 64, you have every group have 2 move on, right? So if you're the top 2 of the group stage, you move on. If you're the bottom 2, you don't. Where right now, because it's 48 teams, the top 2 of every group moves on. But for all of the bottom 2 of every group, depending on, they got to now, like, okay, who scored the most points? All they have to do, like, all this, like, figuring out of who gets to move on. 64 just makes the group stage so clean. So it doesn't really add any more games for the teams that are already, that would have already been in. What's making me all purple? The dyes I have on my gear. I have a title. All right, so all right, you have the final 2, then the 4, and then 8, 16, and then 4. Oh, I still need to do. Should have made this bigger. I think there's 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so not really lined up the best, but this is basically what it looks like, right? Ultimately, once the group stage done, there's 16 and 16, and they slowly get whittled down to the 2. But then you still have 16 teams in there, right? So you have the group stages where you have 2 people move on, and then you have 2 that don't, right? I don't know. I guess I don't really need to draw it out. I don't have the space, but yeah, I think 64 is good. I definitely don't think they should increase it after that, though. Unless for some reason in, maybe 20 years' time, the amount of teams doubles. I feel like 64 just puts it at a real sweet spot where the group stage, just the top 2 teams move on, the bottom 2 don't. But once again, they don't play more. The teams that already play don't play more at a 64 format, veteran. It doesn't increase how much they play. It just makes it that during the group stage, there isn't this weird calculation that has to go on. I mean, it's not really weird. I mean, it's obviously mathematical, but you don't have some groups where 3 people move on and some groups, most groups where 2 move on. So all the teams that play the exact same amount. It doesn't change anything for them. So if you think they're playing too much with 64, then you're basically saying you think they're playing too much now, which I mean is a perfectly fair criticism. Because what would that basically add, right? Going from 48 to 64 is 16 more teams, so it just adds 4 more groups to the mix. Adds 4 more groups to the mix, so then they can have an even multiple, and then only 2 of each group move on. Kind of eliminates those speculations. If we play even and better, team win, we both go to next stage. Well, there might be situations like right now, and maybe Canada was part of this. But like if you have a team that's, you know, pretty mediocre, but they go up against like a team where they end up just dominating and getting so many goals, then they end up moving on past the group stage because they happen to play a team that they just, you know, kind of dominated, right? Yeah. I wonder if they realized that they were going to have that issue. I mean, I'm sure they did when they increased it from 32 to 48. I don't know if they, I don't know if that was an after the fact, like, uh-oh, wait, what do we do with these? We now don't have 2 evenly sized brackets. Can't just start randomly giving teams a bye, right? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, for the post-grouping stage, right? Just realizing to put it back to my camera. I think tonight I'm gonna make tacos. Tonight feels like a taco night. You guys think Messi's going to try to do it one more time? Apparently, the oldest player to have ever played was like 46. And I think Messi's going to be 43. So he wouldn't be the oldest player. But, I mean, if he played 2 more World Cups, then he would. By the way, with all the shenanigans and all the fighting and all the squabbling, I almost want them to put microphones on all the players. I want to hear what they're saying to each other when they go and start shoving each other around, you know? How old is Ronaldo, anyways? He definitely doesn't look as old as Messi. It's crazy to me. It made me actually feel really old. 'Cause I'm sitting there and they're talking about how old Messi is and how this might be his last World Cup and these are his twilight years. And I'm like, how old is he? Oh, 39. He's 3 years younger than me. Oh no, am I in my twilight years? He's 41. Wait, is he? I could have swore it said 39. Wait. Maybe I misinterpreted. How old is Messi? I thought he looked old. No, he's 39 years old. Born in 1987. So I was like, oh no, they're talking about him like he's ancient and I'm older than him, for fuck's sakes. Who, Messi? Lionel Messi. See, how old is Ronaldo? Let's see. He is. The fuck? He's older than Messi? He looks younger to me. I guess not. I mean, this picture has a little bit of gray in his hair. I mean, he looks great for his age, though. But you're right. That is. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Look at me. This is peak performance. I just keep getting more and more peak. Here, I'll bring it back. Ooh. I was just thinking Morbellion. That's probably who you were thinking of when you said 41, right? You're probably thinking of Ronaldo. Let's see. We have 60, so we still need 10 more for this. We'll wait till tomorrow and we'll get all these devos. You can get up to a duo as well? Oh, I thought it was just bases. And then, okay, so we need 70 for that, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50. And 10 more is 60. So basically 3 more days. And then we have all of it. I just realized that lands right before the ball. Ooh, let's see. Get XP, boom, almost 10%. Two more days. If I get Oct, I would be so excited to hit that goal. Super Bowl? Hmm. Fucking pokes. Oh, what is he saying? You hope the new class is dropped at the ball? Oh, it will be. It is every time. They will finally showcase all of its abilities and its kit, and then they will, after the ball is over, Global Labs will come up with the new class on it, and people can go on there and play with the new class until the next maintenance. And then as soon as the next maintenance happens, the new class will go live. That's basically what they've been doing for the last while now. Good morning, Beanie. How you doing? Yeah, it'll be live the first maintenance after the ball. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't, because they've done that like the last 6 or 7 balls. Be fun and not busted? Oh, well. It is a new class. You're already setting yourself up for disappointed on the busted part. Because new classes are more often busted than not. Let's see. Striker was busted. Ash was busted. Sage was busted. What other male classes? I mean, Wukong wasn't busted. They don't do male classes nearly as often, but I think they're basically just as busted as usually anybody else. Dosa is a class that wasn't busted at release. Although I think Awakening was. I can't remember, actually. Maybe it wasn't. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by release. Like, most classes, when they first come out, that very first month, they're not busted. But they get a bunch of bug fixes because the class is clearly still under development even when it's released, right? And then they do bug fixes and buffs at the same time that usually make every new class busted about a month after release. Usually. I know, right? Every day is like, oh, is it Saturday yet? Is it Saturday yet? I really, really hope though it is like the last ball where Global App comes up as soon as the ball is over. Because I still have 3 hours to stream after the ball is over while I'm on the front page, and I want to it'd be really cool to get on Global and check out the new class. Yo, Zeth, shut up. Thanks. Yo, Dragor, fuck off. Thanks. I hope you stub your toe and your toenail gets folded back. How about that? Yo, what's up, Draco? Come step on my Lego penis. How much you guys want to bet Dragor reread that message multiple times that he typed yesterday because he's so thrilled about him actually having a good one? Probably getting a poster of it made, put on his wall. Another day in the life. Where's Nikki been, by the way? I feel like Nikki hasn't been around a whole lot lately. I think she might be terrified of you, Dragor. My trash per hour? Oh, I don't really pay too much attention to it. It's probably similar to whatever the average is on Garmoth. Let's see what Garmoth says the average is. Honestly, it's probably less because I'm always stopping and typing and yapping about things, stopping and drawing. Let's see, according to this, according to Garmoth, for Awakening Sage, the average. It actually has Suck Sage higher than Awaken Sage. It says 12,000. And the median is 11,000. So I'm probably doing more the median. Ooh, I just realized we're almost at 71%. I can barely hear the music right now. The right volume though. Maybe I just need to turn my speakers up a little bit. I got baited by AI the other day, Drigor. So sit down at my PC and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna, find something to watch. And then I see a thing pop up on my feed. New song, Jelly Roll, and holy fuck, why can't I remember her name? The girl you like. Anyways, I was like, oh, wait a minute, they did a collaboration? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna listen to this. And then I put it on and I'm like, okay. Wait a minute. All of a sudden I scroll down, I go out of full screen, I scroll down, and I realize, oh, wait a minute, this is some fucking AI loser just baited the hell out of me. You absolutely ate shit on your scooter last night? Oh shit, you didn't have to go to the hospital or anything, did you? Hopefully you didn't land on your face. Got your view, motherfucker. Yeah. I wish I could take it back. I wish there was a way to take back a view. You had a full face helmet on? Oh, good. One of your BJJ partners got hit by a car? Wait, what's a BJJ partner? Hope they're alright, though. Jiu-jitsu? Okay. What's the B stand for in jiu-jitsu? Hopefully they're okay, though. Wish them the best. Oh, Brazilian, duh. Oh my goodness, of course. If I'm not mistaken, I think I remember. Yeah. Never mind. He's okay, but he's injured. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Just 1 second. Weird. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu just reminded me of somebody. I haven't seen them in a little while. I was just gonna say hi, but I went to try to search for their name and I couldn't find it. I'll have to look into that a little bit more later. Yo, what's up? How you doing, Crescio? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, it absolutely can, yeah. Hopefully the injuries aren't too severe that they're lasting. I see so many people driving around on electric bicycles now and electric scooters, and they're wearing no protective gear, and they're going like 40 kilometers an hour. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, what the hell? "50 miles per hour." I've never seen anybody going that fast on them. Damn. But like, yeah, I'll be just driving down a road going like 60 kilometers an hour, and I'm just barely passing them. So like, I'm assuming they're going about 40, 50 kilometers an hour. And they're not wearing any protective gears, sometimes no helmet or anything. And I'm like, dude, like, at that speed, if you collide with something, if you all of a sudden hit a fucking pothole and go flying off and hit your head on the ground or on a pole or on the curb, like, you're gonna fucking die or have permanent brain damage, permanent disfigurement. Genuinely concerned for him. Oh man, this guy. Oh wait, I wonder if the sub. Yeah, it did work. Okay, last time I got a raid, it didn't work. It didn't do the notification. Yo, it's good to have you back. It's good to have my morning entertainment. I gotta warn you though, if you do that again, I was really enjoying watching Mr. Rappo too. So you keep doing that. I might get committed somewhere else. You got to start asking for permission for these vacations. That's all right. I can watch Rappo now. Get a little bit of bicep, a little bit of Rappo. Thank you for the raid, though. I hope you have a wonderful day. Go enjoy dinner. It's probably where you're going right now, right? I specifically bought a full face motorcycle helmet for that reason. Then I crashed today and your head slammed into the ground. I looked at your helmet after, and with my old helmet, my chin would have slammed, no protection to the pavement. Oh. Yeah, it could have busted your jaw, busted your teeth. Plus, right, like if your chin hit, could have slammed like your face in, could have busted your nose. You could have been now in line for, you know, facial reconstructive surgery because you didn't want to wear a helmet. But fortunately for you, you have like the foresight to know how important it is. I think somebody needs to tell these people who drive around on those scooters going 30, 40 kilometers an hour, just need to tell them to just walk into a wall at full speed and don't put your arms out to brace your impact. It's gonna hurt like hell. Now multiply that by like freaking 20. Bucket? Yeah, what do they call that? Thimble or something? What did I just see? I was the only kid on my block who wore a helmet when riding a bike, even though it was uncool. I mean, when I was younger on my like normal bicycle, I never rode a wore a helmet either. Probably should have, but yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you're on like a bicycle that you're pedaling, right? Your own kinetic force. But when you have an electronic bike these days, that it seems like everybody has these days. It feels like when I'm driving around, it feels so rare to see people on a normal bicycle. They're all electronic and they're all just sitting there going 30 kilometers an hour or more. Crocs with socks? I don't wear Crocs at all. I've always found Crocs kind of meh. I'd rather just wear sandals. Sandals or flip-flops. And no, I don't wear socks with them. I'm not an animal. I had to have a conversation with my daughter about socks with sandals. If you keep doing that, we're going to be calling the orphanage. Toes fully out, yeah, wiggling. Nails and all. Just showing the biological warfare I can do if I kick somebody in the shin. Can't wear sandals, they turn your feet black? Don't get black sandals? Dirty toe ass boy? The hell? I actually try to keep my toenails and stuff trimmed though. It's funny to joke about it. I actually did a little bit of filing on my feet last night. Did I save the shavings? No, but it looked like snow on the ground next to my bed. But I immediately cleaned it up. What's up, Orguel? How you doing? Nike sandals with socks? Yeah, I'm not that bougie. I go to Walmart, and if a pair looks somewhat comfy, I grab those. I'm not into spending a ton of money on clothes. You gonna do a bingo card? Already did. Already did, big dog. Did two, in fact. If you type bingo, I have a copium card. That's the first one you're going to see, where if there's anything on there, I'll be excited. And then below that, there's the prediction card, which is the more realistic one that I'm likely to get a couple bingos. The Nike sandals are $19.99. Holy crap, that's actually a pretty good price. Are you sure they're Nike and not Nikkei? I did. $30 is still a pretty good price, though. Do I play Sucksage? I'll play Sucksage these days in Node War and Siege, but most of the time I'm playing Awakening for grinding. No, we did not. It is an enigma. We have no idea. I don't know when she streams next, but you guys need to get to the bottom of it. You'd be very mysterious about it. No, Suck Sage is the better grinder. But they're both so close to each other that it doesn't matter. I mean, they've been close to each other for a while. The Suck Sage buffs weren't even that big. It's just... people are dumb. They treat a class, if it's not the best, like it's the worst. But I can grind faster here at Underwater with Suck than Awakening. I just prefer Awakening. Copium card is never going to happen, is it? Probably not, no. I mean, the most likely things on the Copium card is, like, new accessories. Yeah, that's probably the most likely thing on that card. I'll probably get one space. Everything else I probably won't get. Yeah, Divios will have a guide. I don't know if anybody else has a guide out there. Not a lot of people do stuff for Suck Sage. I think a lot of them like to try to keep it under the radar how good Suck Sage is. It's class of shit, duh. Daughter sounds frustrated with something. She just let out the loudest groan. She probably built something in a game or something, and some other player came by and fucking destroyed it. I'll be back. I'm gonna go see what's up. Oh. Since I'm not really into the coffee today, I went and grabbed some orange juice. So apparently it wasn't my daughter groaning. Well, I guess it was. She was stretching. She was just really loud. So apparently she takes after me in that regard, because I'll stretch and be real loud too. Yeah, the Purple Flame was part of the Seraph release. And yeah, it was part of, like, you had to spend like $100 or something, or the equivalent of $100 on different I can't remember the specifics. But yeah, I had to get it because, you know, obviously, I'm sure you could tell I really like purple. Grow up, Yanu. What the hell? Come on. Get your head out of the gutter. Nice cash grab to fall for. I wish that they did more stuff like that, though. I would rather them monetize through cosmetics than through progression. I think it's so much healthier for the game. Like, I'm not willing to buy those blacksmith boxes, but I am willing to drop $100 to get like a cool cosmetic for my character. And I think there's a lot of people like me who, yeah, they can't be bothered to pay for progression, but for something unique, hell yeah. Some type of unique cosmetic, they are down. Economy was better when whales sold costumes, yeah. And we can get back to that. All we got to do is just make it so they can buy gear again, right? Make it so they can buy gear. I don't know if we'll ever go back to that. Well, it's all of the monetization is FOMO. Whether it's through progression and the Gamba boxes, or if it's through exclusive cosmetics that are temporarily available, it's all FOMO. Yap some bullshit about BDO. BDO hates you. Every single person collectively in this game, Bosch, DM'd me a message and said, I hope that Vosh guy
Man, BDO is
doesn't
like
come
that
back
ex who
around.
ghosts you for weeks, then hits you with a 3 HR grind session at 3 a.m. Worth it, though.
All right, bro. Oh, man, we're just kidding. Come back. Come back. We were just kidding. It's from Dark Prince outfit sales last March. They had a unique event for Kron Castle of Red. Oh, maybe it was the Dark Prince. Why did I think it was Seraph? No, Seraph was the sword, right? You're right. It was Dark Prince. Good memory. Because mine's shit. Oh my god, Mike Roick. You need help. You need Jesus in your life. The hell did you just type? Yo, what if I told you that I haven't changed in 3 to 4 days? You want to smell my clothes? Went to LA before the ball? She did, yeah. Yeah, her and Choice, they did a little road trip, right? So they went to, I mean, I don't know where they went, to be honest, but, I mean, LA was on the trip. There's a video of her standing in front of the PA office, giving the finger to the office, which is kind of funny to show that they're rent-free in your head like that. I don't know if I'd make a special trip and then take a picture showing that a company's living rent-free in my head. A Succession Guardian? Excellent grinder. Excellent grinder. And Purple Lightning, too. Two of my favorite things, Purple and Lightning. I mean, I think that was just an attempt at humor. Gonna assume she won't be at the ball in person, then I have no idea. I have no idea the specifics of that. I mean, considering it was an invitation event, and I'm pretty sure they weren't allowing +1s, though, because they have limited spots, right? So I doubt she got approved, got an invitation. I mean, she She did act like a child when she got removed from the program, right? She was like publicly chastising the team because she didn't get her way after she ghosted them first, right? So, I don't know. The PA team is super cool, though. I mean, they know people get kind of heated. Honestly, all that's kind of none of my business. No, I don't remember that ever being the case, Mike Rowick. I'm pretty sure you're making that up. I have never seen that once. You know what you know? Oh, well, I guess I don't know what I don't know. Source, trust me, bro. Hey, that's the best source. And because you said that, that means I trust you. Next week, depends what you mean by next week. Do you mean like this upcoming maintenance? No. Do you mean the first maintenance after the ball? Yes. That, I mean, there's no way for me to know with 100% certainty, but that's how it's been like the last half a dozen balls. Yeah. Typically what happens is they finally showcase everything new about the class, the videos and stuff about the class at the ball. Then the Global Labs server comes up as soon as the ball ends. People can go on there and play around with it until the following maintenance. And then the following maintenance, it goes live. Male Deadeye, we'll see. But yeah, he does so far look a very male Deadeye-ish. Oh, 1000%. If I could change to Purple Lightning, whew, that's what I'm hoping. That's one of the things on my Copium card. Because like right now, there's not a lot of uses for the Adana pigments. And it'd be really cool if you could use pigments to change the color of your abilities. Where you could get a pigment and I could say, okay, you know what? I want my lightning prison to be purple. So I can apply the pigment to my lightning prison. Turn it into purple lightning. And even if that's only on my side and other players can't see it for performance issues, for performance reasons, that's fine. But, you know, it'd be cool if I could still see it on my end, you know? Since 2 workers, 1 node. That was a long time. That was a long time ago, but yeah, it would be really cool. And we do need more uses for the pigments, right? Like the Adana pigments, especially since they don't show through costumes, and I hope they address that. But because they don't, like, they're just constantly sitting min price on the market, damn near impossible to sell. Like, I already have 4, because I'm waiting for the one I have to sell before I can list these next 4. Yeah. Well, BDO's engine is an older engine now, right? And it's a proprietary engine, an engine they made all on their own, which most game companies aren't willing to do. And I think they definitely discovered a lot of mistakes and limitations they created when they first made this engine. And that's why they decided to make a whole brand new engine for Crimson Desert and their future products. Because, you know, now they can rebuild it from the ground up and try to, like, all of these things, like a lot of these things they promised over the years and faded into the background and never got done is probably because of engine limitations, right? And now we're seeing like some of those things like climbing in Crimson Desert, which they did fantastic job with, right? Now we're seeing these things available in Crimson Desert because they realized, hey, you know what? These things that we wanted to do in BDO, let's make sure we can do them on our next engine. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it's a very different game. I don't know why it would affect it, right? I don't think there's a lot of I don't know if there is a lot of crossover. I mean, there's some people who are interested in it, but Rockstar is making some interesting decisions with that game. Be back in 1 second. What the heck? I got an orb just as soon as I stepped away? I need to step away more often. Oh, wrong way. Going red? We going red? I think it's the next one. Let's find out. And apparently not. It's too far from it to see the notification. Well, that was never a problem before. The problem became when they, when you no longer needed base accessories to enhance. As soon as you didn't need base accessories to enhance anymore, as soon as they made the stone, like I said, like people like me, stockpiling, it isn't a bad thing. You should be allowed to prepare to grease the wheel, right? But it shouldn't turn the wheel. There should be something you have to acquire to turn the wheel. But if you stockpile wealth, it makes it turn more smoothly as you get those things. That's what a healthy game does. The problem with Sovereign was bronze not only greased the wheel, but turned the wheel. The WD-40 of the game, that's right. Also, at the same time, who cares if I get stuff right away? Whether I put in, and I'm not saying I want it to be this way, but I don't see it a big deal. If somebody puts in 1,000 hours before something comes out, Or somebody puts in 1,000 hours after, they still put in 1,000 hours. That's good for the game, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd prefer it that way for sure. I was referencing more the people who get upset that other people get things. Right? When people are like, "Oh, that's not fair that that person put in 1,000 hours and they got it really quick and I didn't." Especially in an environment where practically everything is capped. I don't have enough energy to type some hateful shit today. Does that make it a good day or a bad day? Otherwise, I have to listen to you bitch about not getting shit for hours every day. You know, there's a solution to that, huh? Oh, you listen here, you little shit. That's it. That's fucking it. My friends now. Has he surpassed Trep? I feel like he has. Trep's on 55? Oh my god, he's blown past him. He's trying to set a new world record. I wonder what happens when he hits 100. I better be careful. He might be building an immunity to it. One of these days I'm going to try to time him out and it's just not going to work. You can't say that with Trep not here. Gotta at least give the man a chance to defend himself. Although he won't even defend himself from Manny, so he's a defeated man. Yeah, if you mouse over this, it should tell you. Yeah, I'm at a total of 390, and my current is 300, and additional plus 90. Oh yeah, and drop amount is at the top there. Since birth. Never seen that.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't is could don't is could you want don't is could you could don't is could you don't is could you want don't is could you could.
Did not do the TTS? That's weird. Should have. I finally got him. Thank freaking goodness. Right on his shaft, huh? Oh, I haven't managed to get a one drop yet, but I got tons of paint. There's just no reason for me to use it. I have over 100 paint now, 128. I know, right? I find other things to do in the evening. Is it 2030 yet? Lynn's the ref for the NA team. Can you step on his toe? Or like if he's walking past you, just stick your foot out and trip him? Did you see what he did to me? Did you see? Look at this. Look at this shit. Did you see this? You haven't seen this. The first letter of each line, SCREW, so screw, and then ZETHIANN. Man put a code screws Ethian in the damn message. Let's pull him back up. See? We have the first letter in every message there. In every line. You think that's just a coincidence? Yeah. Guy. Maybe it's a request. Wait a minute. Yo, maybe he's hitting on me. Maybe he actually just wants to get laid by me. Wait a minute. I never considered it that way. I took it as a negative. Average silver per hour is here. Whatever it says on Garmoth. Can anyone with Garment Premium tell me the best zone with Agris and 300% drop rate right now? I mean, it's probably Zephyros with Agris, right? And without it's underwater. But ultimately, they're close enough that you should just grind the one you enjoy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Star's End either. Ooh, I got some leftover grilled chicken from the night before last and jalapeno mac and cheese. I know what I'm having for lunch today. It sounds great. It's a homemade jalapeno mac and cheese too. It's so good. You think I could play Sage or
Stars and Noomba 01E.
Play Sage or Awaken? Do you mean Succession or Awaken? Yeah, I mean, they're both really good. In fact, Suck Sage is probably better at Highlands because whenever the leg pops up, you can E-buff, and Suck Sage goes crazy during E-buff. Awaken Sage or Awaken Hash. Ah, got you. Yeah, they're about similar. Both Awaken Sage and Awaken Hash. I'm not sure which one is better, but they're close enough that you should play with one of the two you enjoy. In fact, if for some reason I end up really... Like, if I end up not liking Eddie, and I'm going to try to put, like, some serious effort into Hash. Into Awaken Hash, specifically. Because I really like Awaken Hash.
Hello, loyal viewers. It's me, Cowboy. The Red One Guardian, nah! I know, it's intimidating in my presence, but don't worry. I am also... just a human!
Oh my god. OM fucking G. He is the #1 Guardian. Who's the #1 Sage? Let's see. Ooh, little choosy up there. But it's on the broken Suck one, it doesn't count. Suck Guardian? Or was that Suck Sage? Choosy doesn't play Suck, does he? That's because I don't think it actually uses your games this season. I think it actually shows your total games across all seasons. Because this season hasn't been out long enough for people to have played that many games. Yeah, I'll be back. Thinking about that mac and cheese made me hungry. Be back, chat. This shouldn't take too long. I gotta figure out what the kids want to eat, though, too. Second lunch already. Shut up, potato. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Nice little jalapeno mac and cheese. Little shell noodles. I decided to take the grilled chicken and cut it up and just put it in there. So good. Has a nice little bite to it because of the jalapenos. No vertical cam, no stockings, no thighs. Are we serious? Are we even trying to stream? Protein mac and cheese? Yeah, kind of. It's so good. What's everybody else having for lunch today? Or dinner? I guess if you're in EU, you're eating dinner. Sauce, cheese, and pepperoni. What kind of sauce? Like a marinara? You having like a naan pizza? That sounds interesting. I love naan bread. You know what's amazing? Taking mozzarella cheese and pepperoni, rolling them up in a wonton wrapper and frying them into like little, almost like little pepperoni and cheese spring rolls, and then dipping them in a pizza sauce. It's absolutely insane. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sweet potatoes and peppers with ground beef and an avocado. Interesting. So it's going to be kind of like the ground beef is just going to be kind of like ground up and mixed in with everything else, or like I grabbed too big of a bowl, chat. Ooh, in the peppers. Yeah, stuffed peppers. That sounds so good. Yeah, you cut the top off, so just like a little cup, and then stuff it with a bunch of stuff like that. That actually makes me want cabbage rolls. I love cabbage rolls. Right, buddy? Hey, chat. You ready? You ready, chat? I have something for you guys. I hope you're ready. Boom. Okay. So, my daughters wanted me to show you guys something. So, they painted some pictures. Huh? Huh? My youngest made this one. She's 11. And she painted this one too. Gonna have to hang them up on my wall. And then my oldest painted this one. Oh, camera. The camera doesn't like me hiding. Yeah, they're really nice. They wanted me to show them off. The kids are always super excited to show off their art. They're super crafty and creative. You should see the stuff they make. It's quite impressive. Got some real estate above your headphones? I know. I haven't decided what I want to put there. They might want to put the pictures upstairs, though. That's a good idea. Little dunce cap too. Yeah. Maybe a little fallen gag too.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I feel like I'm getting blasted right now. Thanks for streaming. Yo, thanks for hanging out, Poi Pine. It's super subtle deja vu. It's super subtle. Even at Oct, it's super subtle. I'm surprised, like, I wish it was like Lineage where the glow just kept getting more and more intense every level, not just 2 steps. Deck should go crazy, right? Why stop at Oct? Honestly, I think it should be every step of the way. Starting at pen and higher should slowly get more and more intense. Can't remember where it turned red in Lineage, but in Lineage it was like, it was a very faint, I think starting at like +5, it was very faint, and then it got brighter and brighter and brighter blue. And I think it was like +13, 14, 15, it turned red and got like crazy. So when you saw somebody with a red weapon, you're like, holy shit.
Awakened Sage would be blasting some chill lo-fi beats or maybe some indie rock with deep lyrics while sipping at the bar with the crew. Something atmospheric that matches his vibe, like Tame Impala or The Weeknd's darker tracks. Keeps the energy mysterious but fun. What do you guys think he'd cue up? Ha ha ha! Zethian's awakened sage? Totally sneaking into the drag bar on weekends, darling. Those heels hit different after a long grind.
Give me baddie vibes? What does that mean? What's it mean to be a baddie? Do I need to go on Urban Dictionary, educate myself? Female who can hold her own and take care of herself. She's very pretty, independent. She's a baddie. She don't take shit from nobody. Cute, pretty, raw. Okay. I guess I'm a baddie. So basically an adult, yeah. Fucking true.
Always picked last, but somehow still carried the team anyway.
Picked me last because they couldn't figure out where to put me to make sure the team stayed fair. They'd stack everybody on one team, put me on the other, and then my team would still win. Sometimes it'd just be like that. Seems to not like my Sage. I think it's the leading questions you're asking. You could predict that if you asked an AI bot a leading question, that it would be led into the answer you're trying to elicit.
Best class, big stabby man go whoosh and boom. He wins. Hey hey. If Zeth met a stranger in BDO, he'd hit him with, "Eyes up, darling. The real boss just spawned."
God damn. God damn. I like that line. Hey, Richard second, thank you for the follow. So, catch you later, Deja Vu. Have a good evening. We'll catch you tomorrow. Walk on Suck Guardian for PvE? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything you need to lock. I am more exciting. Lol, fuck enter. No, I don't want to type. Man's getting pissed at his keyboard. Fucking enter key. I don't want to type it now. You show that keyboard. It'll never do that again. It'll never do that again. I respect it. You stand your ground. Oh, it's too funny to me. And he was never heard from ever again. Say, Wiccan, you want to play Suck? Yeah, I don't think there's anything you locked. Both Guardians are pretty straightforward. Decimation's just that rare right now? The hell? If you're trying to buy, no, it's completely random at max price. Relisting it won't help. It won't hurt, but it won't help if it's sitting at max price. Might be just one of those things where you gotta go try to get them yourself. I can't even remember where you get decimations from. Were those from hunting? I think they were from Land of the Morning Light, right? Oh yeah, there must be a node too. Okay, so you need powers. Bill. There's your bottleneck. Yeah. We need Messilas to come back and get those boss trains going. Remember the old Messilas days? Be just waiting on field bosses and doing RBF in between. There has to be another way to get powers. Is there not a place you could grind even though it's like super crappy in like Medaya or something? Like the Iron Mine? Like go run around killing the elites? Is there a chance to get a power from those? Needing the currency exchange? That's a good question. Maybe there is. 1 second, I'll search. Nope. You need to craft your own, but you need a power crystal? Basically, yeah. And it seems like the power crystal's miserable to get. You should leave up an order for a power crystal and the decimations. Here, let me take a look at how much they sell. What region are you on? On NA? Okay. 1 second, I'll take a peek here for you. Let's see. Central market, search, power. So approximately 40 sell a day. And there's, oh, sorry, this is the wrong region. Yeah, yesterday 50 sold, the day before that 100, 20, 20, 15, 20. So it looks like on average 30. I don't know why there was a big spike 2 days. There must have been some reward box that gave them for some reason. Or maybe more people. I wonder if you can get powers from the Winged Mermaid. No. Anyways, it looks like it should take you on average 10 days to get a power order. And then a decimation is approximately, yeah, only like 20 sold that day, like 15 days for one of those on average. I'd put up an order for both. If you get the power, make the crystal yourself. If you don't have the power, then or if you get the decimation, then obviously you don't need to do anything with it. You could roulette sealed black magic crystals. That doesn't work. You don't get powers from those. Regular crystal of decimation. There's a node in Land of the Morning Light, I believe, that can give them. If I am not mistaken. Forest crystal, harmony. Decimation or darkness bitter. Here it is, decimation. Biombawi Valley. You got to work on that node. Or I think you can also have them drop while grinding in the Land of the Morning Light. Let's take a little peek at that too. Not from there. Not from there. Not from there. Maybe it's only bosses in Land of the Morning Light? Don't see him there either.
To get the ancient magic crystal of Crimson Flame, power in BDO, grind Valencia or the Star's End for the base crystals, and
Yeah,
use the
don't
old crystal
ever bother
fusion method at
asking
the blacksmith with the right
or
materials.
anything about
Keep an eye
BDO.
on the market too. Sometimes it's cheaper to just buy the fuse.
Anything with
Good luck
a
farming those.
objective answer, don't ask her. She'll get it subjectively wrong. I'm actually kind of surprised she didn't just read what we were talking about and repeat that. Oh, excuse me. Holy crap.
Prawn stones dropping next week like candy, boys. Stock up or get left in the dust.
Oh. The difference in trash? Nothing. It's the exact same trash. Oh my God. Sneezed a bunch of times. Oh shit, I turned my head for a second. Oops.
Helmao imagined grinding 2 dead-end jobs when you could just vibe on stream and get paid to be hot. Skill issue, babes. I still cannot believe the arrogance of making fun of somebody for working more than one job.
It takes a pretty ugly person to do that. Either the person's super ambitious and a super hard worker and is doing everything in their power to try to make their situation as best as they possibly can, which obviously deserves a ton of respect. Or a person's in a bad situation that they're desperately trying to dig themselves out of. In which case, they still deserve a fuckload of respect, right? So, like, I don't understand, like, of which context that would ever be appropriate. Like, that you would ever think that that would come off well. Who said this? I'm not going to mention any names, but I bet you could probably guess within 3 guesses, and very likely your first guess.
Of course I do, dummy. Why else would I put up with your chaos?
Why do they call you dummy? Okay, now I'm calm. What I wanted to say was I'm excited about the quality of life updates we might be getting at the ball. I know. Quality of life updates always go crazy. The game has improved so much over the years. Did you go out and buy a new keycap for your enter key to show it who's boss? Extra sailor slot? I just want them to do more with sea monster hunting in general. It'd be nice. It's such a... I mean, it's basically grinding, right? Why not? Why not do more with it? Make it more competitive. It's not even like it's a little bit crappy. It's freaking so behind. That won't bother you anymore. I mean, the only problem with how it was the first time is, for one, it was too much silver, and it's really easy to just adjust those numbers the same way that they adjust trash loot. And two, the fact that it had to be a group payout on your whole guild basically allowed RMT, right? Oh yeah, it was insane. So much so, I bought a Tet Debo back then for, how much did I spend again? 30 billion silver, I think it was? 30 billion silver for a Tet Debo. And this was back when people were grinding 100 mil an hour. So if you extrapolate for inflation between then and now, I'm grinding 5 bill an hour. So 300 hours at 5 bill an hour. Go with 4 bill an hour, a little more conservative. It's the equivalent to paying 1.2 trillion silver for Tet Debo in terms of time and effort put in. That Debo's initially on release were like a cap of like 59 bill, I think it was. And then, or 64 bill, I can't remember. And then they later increased it to like 99. Yeah. I saw these guys live one time. One of the few bands that came to my shitty little city. I shouldn't say shitty. There's a lot of great things about my city. But it's small enough that, you know, most bands are just jumping over it. Yeah, it was a good show. They had Anti-Flag and Seosin open for them. Seosin's a pretty awesome band too. I never got to see a whole performance of them, but I got to see them open for Alexis on Fire. It was really weird for a concert of this type, though, because the venue that they played at here was an auditorium, so it's just a bunch of chairs. It's not like there was a mosh pit or anything like that. So you have everybody just kind of sitting there.
These shower thoughts
watching
got me
the show.
questioning reality.
Definitely
That
not
nose
the
one,
ideal, and that's
creepy
probably
app.
why
Stop staring at me like that, brain.
I don't know why they wouldn't take like the some of the bigger venues in town, like the hockey rinks and stuff, and convert that into a. Anyways, it's whatever. But yeah, it was kind of weird to have that type of performance there. It's hard to get into it when you're just all sitting in seats. But they still put on a great show.
That clip? Absolute cinema. You solo carrying like a god while the rest of us mere mortals clapped. Peak Zethian moment.
Into it. Ever done anything like that? That is incorrect. I once fucked both your mother and father at the same time. Sorry. um, what can I say? Your parents are freaky. Yeah. Up to 11 troll yet? Yeah. I kind of stopped counting. Yep, Suck Sage grinding it's been good for a long time. It's even a bit better now after the buffs. It's better than Awakened Sage. Even before the buffs, I was clearing just as fast as my Awakened Sage. People in BDO are lemmings, though. If a class isn't easy to grind on and immediately able to perform, then they treat it like it's the worst grinder in the game. You like Suck Sage is easier? Yeah, probably. I mean, I just got the muscle memory and stuff of Awakened Sage, so I don't even have to think about this. So. But I'd imagine right off rip it is, yeah. The thing that's annoying the most about Suck Sage is having to reposition to get back attacks, but... I mean, who needs back attacks when you hit as hard as they do when they're E-buffed and Z-buffed? What was the name? Snoofer? I got a name locked in on my Deadeye. Nerf Whistle Ball UA. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it, I guess. What is it? Okay. Time to quit Tarkov and play New World. Time to quit New World and play BDO next week. What would be the top 3 things that could maybe bring you back, Shiloh? What's up, Tortoise? How you doing? I feel like it's been a little bit. Have you noticed that the Blinky iframe classes complain about SA blocks the most? No, I'm pretty sure any class without a grab complains pretty equally about those. Even classes with a grab will complain about it. And classes with an SA block will purposely, well, maybe not necessarily purposely, but conveniently, we'll say, ignore the benefits of an SA block. Or at least they will try to understate the benefits provided by having an SA block. One of the two of the funniest things I hear between two different classes is when, like, Musa against Warrior. Back in the day, Musa would complain all you ever do is sit in a Q block. Warrior would say all you ever do is R&B. It's like, duh. Yes, one class is designed to use movement for its defense and the other one's designed to use its block. So both of these classes complaining about the other using their kit, to me, is just like a pot and kettle situation that I've always found funny. Same thing with Sorks with iframes, right? They would say the same thing to Musas. They would say the same thing to Warriors, right? It was actually almost like a three-way little fucking triangle. Right? Sorks would complain that Musas are running and Warriors are blocking. Warriors would complain that Sorks are iframing, Musas are running, and Musas would complain about iframes and blocks. But basically, all three of those classes were doing is just identifying the defensive structure of the other class and how it's different than their own. Long story short, you have good and bad matchups, right? And it's important, and it's difficult for people to recognize that, right? Because it's easy to tunnel vision on your own experiences of your own class and only focus on the ones that go good, and especially the ones that go bad, really sit in your head. And it's difficult to take a step out and be like, oh, okay, this thing that's really strong against me happens to be ineffective against that class, and now they're dealing with a whole other set of issues, right? And it's important to have those trade-offs. That's why I will advocate all the time that I don't care if some classes have some really cool things. If they're really fast, if they're tanky, if they have high damage, as long as it feels like there's something they traded for that, right? And yeah, sometimes those trade-offs are not going to mesh really well with your kit, and it's going to make a matchup feel real shitty. But as long as there's, like, other matchups in the other direction, then, you know, that's part of balance. That's what allows classes to have their identity and be interesting. Every class is a DPS? That's not true. Not every class is a DPS. We have a problem with the way people build. It makes every class feel like a DPS. Because the classes that are focused on DPS have to build so much damage that they're sacrificing so much survivability that the tanky classes can blow them up. We have a problem with the whole defensive structure in BDO right now. In the process of, you know, trying to build maximum damage on a class, you increase your damage by, like, let's say 10-15%, but you double how much damage you take from other people. And in the process of doubling how much damage you take, trying to chase that extra 15%, it makes these builds that are tankier, that are supposed to do less damage, end up doing more damage to you than they did prior. Proportionally, they gain the advantage. And yeah, it makes everybody feel like they're DPS. Feels like if you're not glass cannon, you can't get the kill. You know? That's the thing is, it seems like the classes that are the best at fragging out are the ones that are best at surviving and just getting last hits. Just having more uptime and spamming AoEs into groups will allow you to snag more last hits. Ooh. What's Leifonda cooking? What is Leifonda cooking? I don't like that look on your face, fella. You're looking like you're going to cause some trouble. Class is best at avoiding 12 Zerkers spamming grab. I mean, it's not hard to avoid most Zerkers grabs because most players who are complete dog shit at the game, and this isn't all Zerkers, but most people who are really dog shit at this game but want to be in guilds and get the perks of being in those guilds, just hop on Zerker and go full rock mode and just run around pressing E. And they fucking suck. So it's so easy to avoid their grab. One thing you'll find in common is, yeah, maybe you're dodging, 12 Zerkers. But is it a coincidence that it's always the same Zerker as the one that's landing the grab? That's not a coincidence. It's because there's one Zerker out of those 12 who are actually good at grabbing. Let's just say Dragon and Norelio might butt heads tonight. Yeah, probably going to start a docking procedure with each other with Interstellar playing in the background. No, that's not true. Yeah, I don't find that being the case, Beefy. That was definitely more the case back with mouse move, because the higher latency combined with the desync that would provide was very noticeable, but now doesn't feel that way anymore. Shitty Zerker is still a shitty Zerker. Because they basically just run at you. Lava Piercer, press E. There's no strategy. They're not looking to see what you're doing. They're not trying to predict where you're going to be. They go to where you were. Where the good Zerkers, they know your movement. They've PvP'd enough, they've done enough 1v1 or Solaire or whatnot, that they know where you're going to be. and then they'll push you into positions and be ready with the grab as soon as you lock yourself into something or put yourself somewhere where they can grab you instead of just lava piercing and press a knee. That's the thing. The people who are just running full DP, running around on Zerk press and E, it's still effective, right? It's still very disruptive. They do still occasionally land a grab, and even if they get CC'd because they're so tanky, they distract people by just being like a little distraction, a decoy on the ground, right? Because people see somebody on the ground and they immediately dive on it trying to get the last hit. Now you have a bunch of people dogpiling on it for the other team to potentially drop some damage on it. Oh, sorry, my bad, Beefy Pounder. Can you supply NA with some Sakraya shards? I've been busting my ass trying to do that, man. I've been grinding this place religiously since it came out. I'm pretty sure I've supplied a pretty significant chunk of all of them. Show me another player that has 6.8 million underwater trash.
Boy, don't argue with me. Are you Al1 on class? No. I am best ninja in A. So listen and learn.
I'll bet. What's the best Haskin? Can't be subjective. Got to be one everyone thinks is the GOAT. Probably the Snake Cape? No. I don't remember the one. Oh, it's right at the top. This one's pretty cool. I like this one a lot. You take the helmet off. Not crazy about the helmet on this one. No, not that one. Some people like that. Yeah, this is the one right here. The Sage one. Ashes who are Sage wannabes. Look at that hat. Oh my goodness. They have a really small selection of outfits, it feels like. I personally think every class in this game is pretty easy to learn in LVG. This game isn't that complicated. The biggest thing that the biggest thing is, I guess, just how quick of a learner you are. Buenos tardes es yogo tem de lula? A second.
Buenos tardes, jogo tem célula? Bro, that's just Spanish for good afternoon, this game has cells. Alemão, what even? Buenas tardes, bienvenidos al stream.
Yeah, your little Latina baddie. You're damn right she is. Is there a such thing as a goth Latina baddie? That'd be like a double baddie.
Nah, but I'll happily sit on your face if you keep asking dumb shit like that.
What? Yo, stay away from my girl, Nutelibus. What the hell?
This is an eye wash station.
No. Looks like it's fun though. I saw some clips of you. Fully protected, giant AoEs, huge damage. Because you have to prove intent, right? That's the problem, is there's no way to prove intent unless the streamer slips up and shows themselves doing it on stream or admits to it. Which will, you know, obviously most only will happen with the dumbest of people. What was that noise? We're back. I think those 500 people just showed up at my door. One sec. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately you have to prove intent, right? If you can't prove intent, you can't just go banning somebody because they have bots in their stream, because then bots could be weaponized to get people banned, right? People who hate specific streamers would then pay to get bots in their channel and then get those channels banned. And that would be far worse than what we have now. Basically, anytime somebody started getting successful, somebody would then get them banned, and it would be impossible to be successful on Twitch. So unfortunately, intent is the name of the game, proving intent, and that's extremely difficult to do. Want to know a fun fact? So I raided Justin after I was done streaming yesterday with like, what, 700 people? And Justin had just fired up his stream, so he only had like 20 people in his stream at this point. And approximately of the 700, about 400 of you stuck around in his stream. And it slowly tapered off a bit. Janae, when she was done streaming last night, rated somebody who already had 100 views. She had 900 people she rated with, and only almost 300 of them, so only 1/3, transferred with the raid. And within an hour, they were almost all gone. Back up. There's a very big difference between when you raid somebody with real views versus fake views. There's a really big difference. And I honestly don't know why she raids people, because I'm pretty sure every time she does it, anybody who gets raided by her is going to be like, wait, this is really weird. What's going on? This isn't making sense. This isn't adding up. Basically, the only thing that gets transferred over is the few people who are lurking for drops. Right? Which there's a lot in the Twitch category too, in the BDO category, I mean. There's a lot of lurkers. Finally hit my last deck weapon. All three went under 50? Now got nothing left but weekly stuff. Elkstone and Adonia, yeah. Well, for now, we got a week. You might have a whole bunch of stuff. Congrats, though. Under 50 on all three is really lucky. Good job. In 4 days, you start all over. I need more learning, more coffee. By the way, you guys, I planted some milkweed in my backyard.
Yo, any good resting beaches around today? The vibes feel extra chill, RN.
Who's this? The heck was that? Just in the art channel. Wait, what is this that Valkia posted? like a freaking month ago. More than a month ago. These character portraits are sick. She posted them back in fucking April. I'm just noticing now. Those are awesome. Oh yeah, so as I was saying, I planted some milkweed in my backyard. And this year, the milkweed grew back as it's supposed to, and it's bigger, right? And we finally got our first caterpillar on it. That's what milkweed's for, right? It's attractive to butterflies. And we actually have a monarch caterpillar growing on it, munching away. So hopefully it doesn't get eaten by a bird at some point, but might end up turning into a little butterfly. It's lucky enough. You got this new add-on to tell me chatter, and somehow Janae has 831 viewers and 800 chatters. I don't know how that works. Because you're probably not using the app properly. Because, I mean, anybody can go to her stream and see there's not 800 chatters. What it's probably saying is there's viewers, and those other ones are authenticated accounts. Now, an authenticated account doesn't mean it's not a bot account either, though. It just means like it's a legit account. Basically, the difference between those numbers shows you how many people are logged into an account and how many people are not, right? So if it says 831 and 808, that's what mine says right here, then the difference of 23 means there's 23 accounts that aren't logged in. Or, yeah. Typically, if there's a giant differential between those two numbers, between viewers and authenticated accounts, if there's a giant difference, then that's a sign of potential embedding. Or they're on the front page of Twitch. One thing you'll notice, and you can come and check my stream back on the Heidel Ball in 4 days, I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch, and you're going to see a big difference between those two numbers, where my view count will be really high, but the authenticated accounts in my chat is going to be lower, and that's because the views are going to be being forwarded from the front page and aren't going to be active users technically in my stream, right? And then there'll be like, here, let me show you guys to explain. I got an extension that I like to run as well. Go. So you have so this is the amount of viewers that are currently in the stream. This is the amount of counts. So you take this number and subtract this number, and the remaining are accounts that aren't logged in. And then you take this number and subtract this number, and that shows the authenticated users. These are just the accounts that are verified to be bots, but that doesn't mean that these ones are not. It just means that some of these are not verified, right? And this extension's interesting because you can go through and see a user breakdown. And you can see in some cases, and if you specifically go to the months, right, where you see these giant blocks of accounts that were all made on the exact same date. So April 23rd here, right? We got 59 accounts. So if we go to viewers, we go to, wait, what year was that? 2023. So April of 2023, here we go. August 8th. These are all accounts that were made within the first few days primarily, but actually, this is kind of interesting. It actually doesn't show what it used to show. There used to be a whole bunch of accounts that would all be, there'd be like 100 accounts all made in March that didn't follow a single person on Twitch. Not a single one of them. Not even the person the stream they're in, but not a single person, which is obviously really odd. That's called viewer metrics. You have to manually install it. Gives you a really good breakdown of a stream. It's an extension being made by some people who are obviously very passionate about view botting on Twitch, and are using as many tools, using a lot of different analytics based on account ages, profiles, and stuff to try to identify bots, right? Once again, all of these tools are not perfect, but, you know, collectively, you know, you can use these tools and they start to paint a general picture. The thing is Twitch has all that data themselves too. Like, Twitch knows which streams have bots in them. Once again, intent is the magic word. Intent is everything. You have to prove intent. You have to prove who's doing it. Because if you can't prove that the streamer is doing it, but you still ban channels for having bots in it, then botting will become weaponized. Instead of being used to benefit yourself, you'll use it to indirectly benefit yourself by getting your competition banned, right? And that would be a significantly worse landscape than we're currently in. So unfortunately, unless the streamer themselves slips up and accidentally shows that they're doing it, or whatever, then they show that they're doing it or openly admit it, there's unfortunately little Twitch can do. That's right, they have plausible deniability. Like, what do you think? Here's two different scenarios, right? What do you think is worse of these two scenarios? Somebody getting away with viewbotting themselves, or somebody who's working really hard getting banned because somebody maliciously viewbotted them? For me, the answer's obvious. You know, person working hard and getting banned because someone maliciously botted their channel to get them banned is the worst of the two, right? And that's what Twitch is having to deal with, right? Is they have to be able to prove intent of where the bots are coming from. Is the streamer involved? Are they knowingly involved, right? And that's very difficult to do unless the streamer themselves slip up and show it on stream. There's a ton of jealous and crazy. Oh yeah, 100%, right? There'd be people who aren't even streamers who would do it to get people banned because they don't like them. There's definitely people up there who don't like me that if they could find an opportunity to get me banned as just a way to be maliciously attack me, they would 100% do it. And I think every streamer would say the same thing, right? We all have our haters. The more popular you get, the more haters you collect as well, right? And if you all of a sudden provided a tool that anybody could use to get somebody banned, we'd all be banned. Yeah, that's where things are really odd, right? Because here's another example of somebody who did get view botted by someone else. Grimkill, right? I think a lot of you know who he is. He's a sage in the community. There was a period of time where all of a sudden his viewership went like way up, and he's like, what the hell? This isn't normal. He looked at his own data, he recognized that there was something odd, and he put it in his title, hey, being view botted, please don't hate, or something like that. He sent messages to Twitch saying, hey, is there anything you guys can do about this? I don't want to get a bad reputation. I don't want people to think that I'm doing this maliciously. And, you know, he tried to do the best he could. Now, expecting him to not stream is obviously silly. I mean, that's basically career suicide. If you're just going to let people, if they botch your stream, they're going to make you turn it off. I mean, that's, at that point, you might as well ban streams if that's going to be the case, right? So unfortunately, he just had to kind of, grind his teeth and bear with it. And that's the thing that's really nice about this new self-capping system that they added. In a situation like that, where you have somebody who is honest and somebody who does know that there's something odd going with their channel, and if that situation were to happen again, Grimkill could look at his stats and say, hey, this person looks like they're botting me for 300 viewers, so I'm going to put a cap on my own stream. So now they can't do this to try to tarnish my reputation, right? No one will spend money for months. If you're botting someone else out of spite, for sure it's coming from her or some. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, haters aren't going to do that for an extended period of time. They're typically at that point, it's going to be somebody who maybe wants to smell their clothes that they've been wearing for 4 days. It is a nice option to have for the people that are honest, but the people who aren't honest aren't going to use it. And there was a lot of people, when Twitch first added that feature, there was a lot of people who are like, what is the point? What's the point? The people viewbotting themselves aren't going to use it. It's like, yeah, this tool isn't added for them. Yeah, cheater's going to cheat, right? Of course, duh. This system is for the people who are honest and want to try to protect themselves from getting a bad name from malicious actors. So the system does have a use. It doesn't address the problem, but it helps the people who identify the problem and don't want to be a part of it. And I think that's a W. That's your thing, go off on whoever is doing it. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, I kind of just want Twitch to handle it. It's not a hill I want to die on, right? I want to focus on just having fun and hanging out with you guys, not trying to do what, Twitch should be doing. And they seem to be trying to do. It's a difficult thing to tackle, right? So some people will definitely make it much more their prerogative to try to, attack people for doing it. And I think one thing some streamers make in that, some mistake some streamers make in that regard, is they think that viewers are equally as invested into people viewbotting as other streamers are, and they're obviously not, right? To a lot of you guys, you don't care. You're gonna go where you want to watch, you're gonna go where you don't want to watch. At the end of the day, you don't really, who's botting and who isn't doesn't matter to you, because you're gonna go to whoever entertains you the most. And more often than not, that's going to be the person who's not botting, right? Because if you're really entertaining, you don't need to bot. The viewers will come to you. They'll come to your channel and they'll stay in your channel. Takes a while to grow, but... Oh, 100%. They get a lot more turnover for sure, right? When you're sitting at the top of a category, people, yeah, instinctively, if they're coming to the category for the first time, they're going to say, hey, okay, I'm going to go here. There looks like there's a lot of people in this channel. There must be something entertaining about this person, or educational, or whatever the reason might be, right? And then they pop in the channel and it's just a ghost town. They know what's going on. And even if they don't care about what's going on, they're going to go find somewhere else to go watch, right? Because they want to be entertained for the most part. Unless they're just collecting drops, right? If they're just collecting drops, then, they might say, okay, well, I'm not really a big fan, but this person is, I know that they'll be on for the next 10 hours. So I'm just going to go to work or go to bed and collect my drops. It does negatively affect people who are lower in the category because it buries them deeper, as more people do that, which, obviously isn't fair to them. I am very fortunate to be in a position where, I'm usually in the top row of the category, depending who's all streaming, right? So, people will typically go through the first row and find somebody that they find entertaining and enjoy watching. And I'm very fortunate to have, got to the point where I'm there. But for the people who are, not in the first row, they're in the second row, third row, maybe even off the first page, it hurts them the most. Am I going to the ball? No. No. I kind of regret not going to it now, though, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't think that a lot of the EU team was going to be there. It would have been cool to meet Enlave and go kick Ronan in the ass and, you know, maybe make a couple frowny faces at Laffy. But otherwise, you know, would have got to see Underfoe and the NA team again. They were super awesome. A lot of the other streamers, too, that I've never had the opportunity to meet. That would have been obviously pretty cool. But on the bright side, I get to hang out here with you guys and we get to have a banging stream. While you know what we can do? Is we can watch the live stream and try to spot all the streamers in the audience, make fun of them. He didn't want to get exposed for his height IRL, yeah. I keep telling people I'm 6 feet tall, but turns out I'm actually 4'8". I had to get a whole bunch of miniature furniture to fill this room to just, you know, make it look like I was bigger. We can count how many bald heads are in this year compared to last year. Yo, I bet every year it goes up. You just made me think. Stop doing that, for one. For two, is it less common to go bald if you're Korean? I'm trying to remember. How often have I seen a bald Korean? I wonder if your nationality has an effect on that. That's Google. Does nationality affect your risk of male patterned baldness? Yes, nationality and ethnicity significantly affect the risk of male pattern baldness, primarily due to genetic variations in the androgen receptor gene and other hereditary factors. Caucasian men, especially those of European descent, face the highest risk, with prevalence rates reaching 44.5% in Spain and 42.68% in the United States. In contrast, Asian men, example in Japan, at 35.69%, and Indonesian at 26.96%. And Native American population have substantially lower incident rates, with baldness being virtually non-existent in some indigenous groups. Damn. Time to become indigenous. Actually, that might explain why I'm 42 and I still have a decent head of hair, because I actually have a little bit of indigenous in me. And I'm not kidding either. You might get them bald? Wait, what is that supposed to mean? I'm 35, I have a kid, and work in IT. I get baldness for free. The triple whammy, eh? Damn. If you had two, then maybe they would cancel each other out, but the third one sealed the deal. That's unfortunate. That's interesting. That is interesting. Little fun fact, eh? We learned something today, chat. This is an educational stream. You guys might as well just say you hung out with a scientist all day. Sword scientist. That's why my hair is so high today. I gotta get that extra inch. Today I'm 5'1", and if I get some hair gel, maybe I could be 5'2".
$510 of pure chaos and charm, baby.
Probably not, no. I can't see them adjusting the sovereign weapons until we get a replacement for them.
Dragor.
Makes me so happy. I can't. It actually just makes me so happy because that shit is so annoying. I just don't understand why it seems like it's not working for you specifically, because I bet you if I do it,
Dragor.
see? I don't know why it does it when I do it, but it doesn't do it when you do it anymore.
Dragor.
You guys love each other so much. Why don't you go kiss each other?
Emotional damage.
Dragor.
My fucking head
head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Shut up, bitch!
Dragor.
Shut up, bitch!
Thank you.
Oh, Mao, I'd start with pen attempts are like rolling a nat 1 on a d20, except the dice is weighted to always fuck you. Welcome to binomial distribution, kids. Then hit 'em with the fail stack curve like it's a goddamn probability density function. BDO newbies tapping for pen deserve this pain.
That's messed up.
Yo chat, last 30 mins was pure chaos. We roasted the new boss fight, argued if coffee is a soup, and I flirted my way into everyone's DMs summarized.
feel like I need to go upstairs and make some tea. I just realized if I'm not really feeling the coffee today, I should just make some tea. I need something to perk me up. A little bit of honey. Orange slice. I don't actually have any oranges. No. I'm just gonna do honey. Honey sounds good. I'll BRB, chat. Ooh, shit. You guys argued if coffee is soup. What did I miss? No. What makes soup soup? Anyways, stretch the fingers. I know, right? It feels nice. Maybe it has to have some type of nutritional benefit to it to be soup. Probably a quality of factors. Maybe I'll fix my hair while I'm upstairs too. My hair is kind of all over the place because it's rubbing my hands through it. Look at me. Holy shit. I am 2 feet tall or 2 inches taller. Yeah, I'll be back.
Hot dog in a bun? It's a damn taco, not a sandwich. Change my mind. Sushi's clearly the taco here. Raw, spicy, and way too easy to roll with.
Excuse me. That was rude. But I have my honey and my tea. Made some Earl Grey tea with some honey. But I didn't fix my hair. Maybe I like being 2 inches taller. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, oh man. Oh, that felt nice. song request not work? Let's see. Spotify API error. Uh-oh. Apparently it's an issue on Spotify's side.
Ice cream is soup? Bro, that's just cold chaos in a bowl. Who's spooning this madness? Water's not wet. It's the thing that makes US wet.
True. Water's just water. Water isn't wet because water is just water. But something being covered in water is now wet with water.
If water ain't wet, explain why we end up soaked after a splash, huh? Physics is drunk again.
You end up soaked after a splash because the water's on you. Dang AI. You have a command for my bingo card? Yeah, it's called bingo. Not available in your country. Well, time to move. Time to move. No, you probably are in the UK, right? If I'm not mistaken, to use Imager, you have to have an account and prove your age. Otherwise, you're not allowed to use it there. I don't know if there's a better image hosting website that isn't regionally blocked like that. Maybe I should just start using that instead of Imager, because that is kind of annoying. There's lots of things that I could say about that situation, but I don't know how much of it is, how much that has changed over the years is public and what isn't, so probably better for me to just keep my mouth shut. I don't want to accidentally slip up and cause issues for anybody or myself. I like to think that the CM team likes me. I know they come in here, we joke around, we bust each other's balls, but I think in general they like me. I don't want to accidentally create a situation where I accidentally say something dumb and their hands are tied and they have to, you know, potentially remove me from the program. So I'll just avoid it. I think Giazzo is allowed everywhere. Okay. That's a pretty popular one that's been used a long time too. And if I'm not mistaken, you can install the Giazzo software and just like, almost like the snipping tool, you just use that instead and it uploads it right to Giazzo, right? So might be something more convenient. On me, take me on. An attempt at humor, right? It's just an attempt at humor. I think you're honestly reading into it a little too heavily. Oh. I have not got the Shining Alchemy Stone yet, no. I'm about, after this week, actually I think it's tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow morning we get more clicks. Tomorrow we will pass the 60% mark. We'll be at 152 of 250, so just a bit over 60, almost 61% towards the pity. $21 out of 80. Okay. You get like 6 clicks a week on that though, right? Soon as I hit my... So this is... If they don't do anything with time gating and we just end up with more time gating and I don't see any issue with me keeping up with the time gates, then right after the ball, I'm going to try to buy a shiny Alchemy Stone of Life. And then when I finish my Destruction Stone, I'll start working on the Protection Stone, and then when that goes, I'll finally have all 3 shiny stones. That's my plan. Yep. That's what really makes, like, especially gathering events so potent, right? Because you can value the sharps at full price, not tax price, if you use them yourself. And there's tons of stuff that you actually use from gathering. I'm kind of looking forward, although maybe not. I mean, I guess it depends how long until Adonia Part 2 and how much I'm going to be out there, but I was kind of hoping that we would have another gathering event for a week or 2 weeks, and I could just go crazy gathering for like 2 weeks. Stockpile an absolute ton of sharps for clicking my Elkstone. Because gathering, like, with 3,000 mastery, shit is like 5 bill an hour with no loot scroll needed. In terms of value you're generating for yourself, it's really good money. Yeah, that's true. A lot of the other items just get absolutely flooded and crash. You exchange your loot scrolls for 100 mastery scrolls? No, you don't. At least I don't. I mean, I have full deck Prion. I have an absolutely absurd amount of mastery. Between the crystals and... I don't even think you need deck Prion, right? I think between the crystals and stuff, should be pretty high mastery. I think once you get to Guru, right? Once you get to Guru, and I think even if you have like 10 life skilling gear and the crystals, then you should be pretty good. You'll still use, I think, these scrolls, maybe. What are they called again? These guys. The Giovann and the Florin. If you farm for the start during the event, you got at least 20,000 sharps. Yeah, I actually had almost 30,000. It was sick. But I burned through all of them since then, clicking on my alchemy stone. I had no idea how good gathering was until I gathered for that treasure item, and even while I was gathering and doing like gathering that was really crappy, like tanning, I made good money over that event. So like the next time it comes around, I'm gonna focus on probably just fluid collecting, right? Probably just running around sapping trees, because the sap for alchemy is, you know, top tier. Several bill an hour? Yeah, I need to go gather that. Let's cap for essence. I know that's the stuff for alchemy. I have a bunch of that stuff, but I haven't really been using it because I haven't needed to. Yeah, I have 1,660 of these. I could probably convert those into some serious money. Oh, that tea is so good. Oh. They buff gathering? Well, they definitely don't need to buff gathering, but there is some things that they could do. I just want, like, one of the biggest things, and it seems so simple, is to just get accessories and all the tools in this window. And maybe make one close for all of them, too. It's so annoying having to swap things around from character to character. Make processing great again. Honestly, processing is actually pretty good. Processing is actually quite good money for an AFK activity. You just have to have a fuckload of weight to afford to be able to go AFK for longer and longer periods of time. But there are certain things when you process it, you're making like $1 an hour. It's way better than like overnight fishing. You just don't have enough weight to deal with overnight, right? Go back into inventory? You mean storage? Yeah. Yeah, they do. I mean, if they did that, then overnight processing would be OP. And because of that, it would probably be crap real fast. That'd probably crash the markets. Did we lose our music? Yeah, we did. Change your evil ways, baby. Before I stop loving you, you got to change, baby. And every word that I say is true. All these forces is a grind gather hybrid spot. That's how you get the weenie and loony elixirs. Do people really even use those though? I feel like that's a type of market that has so little demand on it. It has so little supply, but it also has so little demand that you could crash that market like by yourself probably. That all it would take is one person doing that market too long to crash it. $1,500 per day. It's probably not much, eh? So you're doing for 5 minutes, and you would crush the market. Is that the M4? Is it minutes? I think it's more likely they give a, I mean, that's a possibility, but I think it's more likely they give a Tet Fallen God armor. Fallen God armors. We currently have a problem, right? Because of time gates. Time gates seem in your favor when they're first added and new players aren't experiencing it, but veteran players are. But it eventually becomes a problem that slows down new players from catching up to veteran players in a very big way. And a really big hurdle right now would be, or not would be, is newer players getting their Tet armors so they can actually start working on their Adana armors, right? And the longer that takes, the longer it takes for them to catch up. So I think it's really important that they make base Adana armors more accessible, and the obvious way to do that is to make Tet Fallen God more accessible. It just makes sense. Cut the pities in half, and then give away a Tet Fallen God to everybody. That'll not only, you know, cutting the pities in half will drop the prices, but giving everybody a free Tet Fallen God will immediately flood the market and rapidly drive the prices down for newer players. Yeah, I don't think anybody's crying about life scaling, right? I think most people just want I mean, people cry about everything obviously there's some people. For me, it's more just like there's some life skills, like let's get trading back finally. There's some people who want to do that. I think sea monster hunting definitely needs some love. But in general, I think it's mostly quality of life. People say it's bad and little money, and honestly, I thought like gathering was bad until we got the Star of Nostros, and then I saw how much I was making, and I was like, holy crap, wait a minute. Ever since they revamped this place, no, I have not. I managed to get a couple before they revamped it a long time ago. Yeah. I mean, some of the richest people in this game are all life skillers, huh? I think that's the thing, though, just about those markets is they're extremely market driven, right? And all it takes is all of a sudden, you know, those markets are about high volume with small margins, right? And having just all of a sudden a handful of people start doing it themselves can shrink those margins real fast. And it might not seem like much when you see an item go down that's like worth 5 million silver, and it goes down from 5 million to like, let's say 4.5 million. But if the margin of profit is only 1 million, then you've effectively cut their silver per hour in half, right? So I think because of that, a lot of life skillers are kind of like super hush hush about it. Because, yeah, all it takes is a few people to crush their margins even further. XP bars, not silver? Yeah. That certainly affects some of the markets because people just dump a bunch of silver into it and drive down prices. Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why bloods are always so cheap too, right? People spam that type of stuff for XP. Bash your water line into the ground? No. So another crew showed up, and it happened to be just when I was coming upstairs. So I got them before they started. It turned out too, after she came, I did some research into it, and they're actually supposed to be adjustable like that. They have like a telescopic top to them. So they're supposed to be able to adjust and go up and down, and hammering them is actually normal. But it was kind of jarring hearing that from inside. But anyways, I went out there and I talked to the guy when he came, and I said, hey, yo, I appreciate you trying to knock this thing down. Because he's like, yeah, you know, we don't want it to get hung up on the bottom of your vehicle and cause damage. And I was like, no, I get it. I said, but the bigger issue is there's supposed to be a hump here because this is a hill. And in the springtime, when all the snowbanks start melting, all of this water is going to end up on my property if this hump isn't replaced. And that hump, like, you're trying to hammer this cap lower than the hump is supposed to be. So, like, if you guys have a chance, I mean, it would be better if you guys came, replace this whole section that you dug up properly, put the hump back, and then you wouldn't need to hammer it down. And he's like, yeah, you're gonna have to keep... He was a super nice guy. He's like, yeah, you know, we got crews all over the city right now. We're kind of got a bit of a backlog in that regard. But he was super understanding. And then he said, you know what? He says, I'll come back with this mixture. I can't remember what he called it, but it sounded like a tarry mixture. And he said it would settle and it would help a little bit, but it wouldn't create a hump. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that's better than nothing, right? It would have alleviated a little bit of it. But he's like, yeah, just keep calling the dispatch, and the more you bug them, the more likely they will be to get a crew out here to properly fix this. He says, but until then, unfortunately, we can't do anything. Anyways, so I was like, okay, you know what? At least, you know what we need to do, and, you know, he's understanding. It was a good conversation I had with him. Anyways, like, all of a sudden, like 3 hours later, I'm sitting down here and I hear, and I'm like, what the hell? And I go out there, and there's a plate compactor and a bulldozer there, and I guess they were doing construction around the corner and putting down asphalt and stuff. And I guess he went around the corner, got one of them to fill a bucket full of a bunch of asphalt, drove it around the corner, put it down, and he like put a bit of a hump there. So now the water shutoff valve isn't actually sitting like 8 inches out of the ground anymore. And he put a hump little there. And I went out there and I thanked him. I said, holy crap, that is, you know, I appreciate that a lot. He's like, yeah, no problem. He says, you know, this will at least get you by. If it doesn't get done this year, then, you know, you're not going to be sitting there with a lake on the front of your property in the springtime. I said, you know what? I really appreciate that. And then he's like, yeah, but seriously, keep calling the dispatch and bugging them. And, you know, that's the best way to get them out here to properly fix this. Nope, I'm not grinding for the merchant ring. I already have the merchant ring. I grind here because it's good money. Beefy pounder. Oh, you always figure out how to turn some around, don't you? Zephyros and Starzin better? No. Zephyros is arguably better while you have Vagrus, but when you're out of Vagrus, Starzin or Sakraya is definitely better. Also, all of the stuff you get at Zephyros, most of it is hard to sell. Why don't you grind an Arsha for fun? You have everything already, because I don't really find it fun when you're grinding and someone just randomly shows up and attacks you while you're in your PvE setup and then dips as soon as you swap to your PvP shit. Why do we not pronounce the meow in homeowner? Oh, meow meowner. Huh. Naruto though, I used to grind exclusively on Arsha back when we grinded in our PvP setups. That is one of the things. If you look at if you type !bingo, it's one of my things on my copium list that they give us the ability to grind in a PvP setup again, so we can be ready for PvP, immediately ready to defend ourselves. Because I would love to just go back to living on Arsha, because it's not even just the person attacking you and then you can't defend yourself. It's also like, if I swap my gear to fight back and they do stick around, well, every time I kill them and send them to node, I'm just standing around twiddling my thumbs, because in my PvP setup, I can't do damage to the mobs, right?
We not meowing in homeowner then. Cat's out the bag now.
I can't do damage to the mobs in my PvP setup, so I can't even grind between kills. It's just really annoying on both sides. Hey cuties, this July Mervis is holding a summer beach time screenshot event. The fuck, that shit doesn't even stay on screen long enough to read. What the hell? God, he says Naruto like a fucking boomer. I didn't even say Naruto. What are you talking about? Well, now I did. Chat, do we know what did that list from Amexia mean? No, we've been unable to figure it out. She streams tomorrow. I have agents on the job. Agents are going to infiltrate her stream tomorrow and get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Zethian, it's Naruto, you silly fox.
That's what I fucking said, Naruto. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm so dumb? You're the dumb one. Chat, is there something wrong with how I'm saying Naruto? Am I banning Dragor? Chat. Put a 1 in chat if I'm right. Put a 2 in chat if Dragor's wrong.
Zethian's fave anime. Easy. It's the one where the waifu looks suspiciously like me.
We got 2 for me being right, 2 for being Dragor being wrong, and a 4 and a 6, 7 in there. One more time. Naruto. 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 Apparently I say bag wrong. Apparently I say tag wrong. Apparently I say... Maybe I won't say the one that starts with an F. Maybe I say necklace wrong. You say bagel? Of course. Bagel. 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 Vamexia is siding with me. You
Ray's
know
right.
you're wrong.
Naruto's peak. Zeth's just coping.
The hell's that supposed to mean? Maybe it's just a charity case. Maybe the Make-A-Wish Foundation reached out to her and asked to help a kid that's in trouble. And this is her good deed. Your S tier on her list and she starts disagreeing with you. Who knows? Maybe the list is who has the worst takes. Right? Wait, maybe that's the list. Yeah, because everybody knows Neptune's has the best takes. I think that's the problem, is we assume the tier list is a good thing. It could be a bad thing. We're really hoping for family-wide gear. That'd be cool too. At this point, the tag system, it used to serve a purpose initially to help deal with inflation, but it's so minuscule, the amount of silver that it pulls out of the economy now, that it's just a thing of annoyance now.
Elmao, that suck farm was brutal. Dragor still hasn't recovered his ego.
Bro, big fat true right there. It's the simplest, let's be real. You think so? Wait a minute. What do you call a woman that sounds like an ambulance? Let me think about this. I don't know. What do you call a woman that sounds like an ambulance? But a freaky one? Uh-oh. Nina. Oh, Nina, Nina, Nina. Oh, shit.
Do it! Just do it!
Uh-oh. Maybe it is a freaky one. Yeah, I mean, clearly it's who has the biggest wiener. Obviously.
Emotional damage.
Who she thinks has the biggest wiener. Or maybe who she thinks has been laid the most. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Maybe? I'm pretty sure everyone at the top is married or has been married, right? Wait a fucking minute. Did we crack the code?
Lamau, y'all still measuring? Mine's clearly winning, hands down.
Blue would be at 0. Yeah, but blue might pay for it, right? That might be why you get put in C. Aeon been divorced for years, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been laid, right? Doesn't Byrog have like 1 million kids? Does he? Okay, never mind. There's always the one person. Oh, fuck. Oh, 1 second. My dad's calling me. Hello? Hey, how you doing? Not really. What's up?
Oh, fuck yes! That moan got me throbbing harder than a tent at a hot dog stand.
Do it! Just do it!
Are you guys fucking kidding me? Like, really? I'm on the phone with my dad. I have him on speakerphone. The phone is literally right in front of the speaker. Now my dad thinks I'm a freak. Isn't it Yanis's tier list? No, that's Amexia's tier list, but a lot of people have been talking about it because we're all trying to figure out what it's all about. You have a button to mute your speakers, why not you? Playing with fire? Yeah, honestly, that's what I should do. I mean, I have the speaker is literally right in front of me. I can just press the button on the speaker. Blue isn't going anywhere near my children. There's a whole tier under him. I mean, let's take a look at the list. I don't think I know many of these guys enough to know if I would let them babysit my children. I think I'd let Biseptimus. I'd let Vert. Steve would be too high. I wouldn't want to... It's not that I wouldn't trust Steve, but I wouldn't want to put that responsibility on Steve. You know what I mean? Just gotta let Steve be Steve. I think Rappo... And I'd trust Divios. Basically, I just picked all the people that I feel like I would trust the most, really. Well, I guess that was kind of the whole point of it. The people that I know the most, although I guess I don't know Rappo nearly as much as those other guys I mentioned. But Rappo seems like a pretty, trustworthy guy. Level-headed guy. Seems like he makes good decisions. Coffee and dumplings? Maybe I need to be his kid, because I eat coffee and dumplings all the time, too. I wonder if he's looking to adopt. Maybe I could be his kid. Sounds great. The song request hasn't been working so far today. There's an issue going on with Spotify, not even the app itself. They put out a notice on their Discord and stuff that Spotify's server seems to be having issues. Probably disable the song request for today so people don't waste points. Big chat.
Haha. Oof, that one's got some bite. Tell them to step up their game, baby. I've heard better roasts in chat. Only two gingers are, and yeah, I can tell who's soulless. It's not the redheads, though. Top 3 worst pickup lines? Are you French? 'Cause Eiffel for you? Trash. You must be a parking ticket 'cause you got fine written all over you. Barf. And do you have a map? I keep getting lost in your eyes. I'd rather eat my own shoe. Hey baby, that line's so cold it just frosted my circuits. Stick around, I might thaw for the right one. Haha, only if you're a trainer worth catching. Zethian's AF Gorn, probably deep in his tent, practicing hot dog techniques like Vosh taught him. El Mao, that chair's probably marinating in gamer funk by now.
How bad is that chair? That chair is probably marinating in gamer funk. How you doing today, Bert? I didn't say. What are you guys start making fun of how I say Bert now? Me? These youngins these days, all this lingo, I don't get it. Bert, are you a Gambit main too? I'm actually kind of interested in the class myself. I hope it's a melee slash medium range class. If it's medium slash long range, I won't be as excited. I guess basically I want him to play like Awakening Sage, even if that means losing the grab. Yeah, I don't know about an assault rifle. Fuck or Awaken Sage in PvP? Suck Sage is easier. What about that SIG with the blue beam? It's like I need to refresh the AI. The voice didn't come through. Remember the SIG with the blue beam, chat? And a hot dog in the other hand? Oh, shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Consumables. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Man, if it was nighttime, I was going to get... I would have got blasted there.
Mirror mommy in 20 minutes.
Earn mommy in 20 minutes is right. What a song, eh? From what a contrast between the previous two songs. Like we've done pretty good on rings today. Can't wait to open these bundles. Although the bundles usually don't seem to give a whole lot. I think the most I've managed to get in a day is like 4 from these bundles. Oh shoot, my alchemy stone is booked. Surprised nobody noticed. Is it just me? I feel like they should do your alchemy stone kind of like your Agris. Or like your loot scroll. Something you toggle on and it just slowly drains. And then once it starts getting low, it starts blinking. Treasure maps are character bound? Yeah, but it's... You go take the treasure map to an NPC, you hand it in, he gives you a quest, and then you just take the quest on any character to go do it. I think, right? You wonder now. It says personal transaction. Doesn't say anything about being character bound. Although I guess it doesn't say that on the weapons either. Or those are too volatile, because I can move those. So they wouldn't be. Yeah. I guess it's just the full map. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, though. Like I said, you just run the character to Aquila's Eye, hand it in for the quest, and then go do the quest on whatever character you're planning on doing it on anyways. The chest. Maybe we do a little sea monster hunting after the mermaid. Soy nuevo y Black Desert como se reclama los drops. Something about drops in Black Desert. If you're asking how to claim your drops, you have to connect it to your Black Desert Perlibis account. And then after you claim the drops on Twitch, you then go to your web storage on your Perlibis account and send them to yourself in-game. See, boom, one more ring, boom, no more rings, and no ring. Oh, we got an orb right now. Oh, this hiding in there. What it is. I know, I'm waiting for this dang orb. You're on NA chat. Get ready. Am I pooping? You saw that, huh? Damn, good on you. You're real pooper recognizer, huh? Ooh, I gotta have more die. Need a rubber brown and blue. Actually, we'll just grab both like that. Okay, give me a 2. Give me a 2. Give me a 2. 100 crons? Wait, did that go up? I swore it was 50 last time. Oh no, I guess it's 100 crons. Run! Drawn by the sweet melody drifting from afar, winged. They never give me enough time to fucking read anything. Where's my matchlock at? Wonder. Oh, you can't get any of those boxes that can give the map from her, huh? Just for like crons and stuff. I say, I thought my camera zoomed in a little bit there. Oh my. Wait, who's this beside me? Yo, no, what? Yeah, that's better. Where are you going? Trying to shoot this mermaid. Okay, what we get? Oh, another dice. Needed a water one, right? 50 crons, crow coins. Didn't want to get much in terms of crow coins. I'll take it though. Something's better than nothing. A 1,000 crons? Oh my goodness. Okay, where's... Take this off. Being stalked. Being stalked. Now who's being stalked? Now I'm following you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Wait, we're not actively fishing. Get out of here. Get. Let's hop over to our... Well, that's right. I'm out in the out at Vel. Yoink, yoink, and yoink. Sorry, we need a top right piece. Should we do a little sea monster hunt in chat? Change it up a little bit. Okay, so northeast. Yo, wait. Why is my boat so damaged? Well, I'm sure some type of indicator so I can know how repaired it is. Must learn to repair every time you leave dock. I do that, but my boat, I guess, was parked at Vel, and I guess it took some damage. I haven't actually logged back into it since then. I should check my sailors, though. They've been out here at sea for who knows how long. Oh, they look good. That should be repaired enough. Sometimes I feel like it would be faster to just fly back to port. Fly back to port. I mean, boat's pretty quick. Let's see if we can get a top right map piece. Maybe we can do a little treasure map. Fucking flashbangs. Jesus Christ. Ah, shit. Cut that shit out. Look at the lightning out here. Holy crap. It's fucking bright. Is my face lighting up every time it does that? This shit is fucking bright. My monitor is way too bright. Oh, shoot. I have to go further north. Using HDR? No, I don't use HDR. Oh yeah, I need a loot scroll. Good call. Shoot, why don't I have loot scrolls here? Damn it, where are they? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Oh shoot, now I'm stunned. Yeah, not being able to add loot scrolls until you're idle is really dumb. I don't know why they don't just put consumables on the same, like, category as consumables, you know? Because you can use potions while moving. You can use all that crap. I should probably have my long range pet out. Wait, where's the big boat? Did I kill it? Yes, I... No. Where's the big boat? What the hell happened? Is there another little boat hiding around out here? Where's the big ship? Oh, do I have to kill this little guy? Ooh, a little moss covered map already. Maybe this is the one, chat. Oh, we got a different map. I don't know which one we got. I wasn't paying attention. We got the top middle piece. Oh, yo, there's a big something blasting us. Stray one? Little one there? I guess so. Ooh, little Zalatia crystal. All right, chat. I'm gonna head out. Grinding for the knoll. I do want the knoll, yeah, but I'm hoping that they revamp sea monster hunting at the ball. But I'm gonna head out, you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Vert today. Send you over to old Verti, Verticus. So dumb, Dragor. Excuse me. But thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Vert, you guys. Vert's the homie. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same channel. You know where to find me. But go give Vert a nice kickstart to his stream. Looks like he started up 15 minutes ago.